seat and then we can start. Well, Rachel, maybe I should ask, do we have a quorum without Kristen in her seat?
We do.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and get started then? Good afternoon. There she is. Hi, Kristen, can you hear us? I'm guessing no. Okay, well, sorry about the difficulties. Hi, everybody. It's a little after 3:30. Why don't we go ahead and get started with the Climate Protection Steering Committee meeting. Hopefully that's what you're here for. If you're not, you can jump off. I'm Tom Griever, and Rachel, why don't we just go through the commission members for a quick roll call and make sure we know who all's on the phone from the commission.
Okay. I have Robin Ganal, Kristen Riot, Beth Pauley, Bill Griffith, Bridget Sanderson, and Michael Kelly. I haven't seen Ellen Fairchild or Angela Crawford yet.
I think Ellen was going to have a substitute today, and I don't remember who that was.
Looks like it's Ben Postlethwaite who's filling in.
Yeah, Ben Postlethwaite.
Okay.
Okay, is Ben on?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yep. Hi, Ben. Thank you.
Hi there.
Okay, well, why don't we go ahead and get started if that's everybody that's on. Hopefully everybody's received the materials that Andy sent out yesterday with the agenda and the materials that we're going to discuss today. And we could just dive right in and kick it off with the approval of the August 2021 meeting minutes. Those were attached to Andy's email yesterday. Does anybody have any questions or comments or revisions to those? Okay. How about, does anybody want to make a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Bill Griffith. I make a motion to approve the minutes of August.
And this is Kristen Riot, and I second.
Okay. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries, minutes approved. Secondly, we had on the agenda some administrative topics that to answer some questions that have come up since our last meeting, to address some what I would call internal housekeeping issues primarily. Andy and Laura, is Elward in the room today?
Hi, this is Elward. I'm on the phone.
Great. Hi, Elward. So
Hi, guys.
We asked Elward, the Assistant City Attorney, to participate today and give us a brief rundown on some questions that have been raised, mainly to educate the commission members on topics that we're all interested in. Number one, sunshine law considerations and some of the boundaries and considerations we need to be aware of when we schedule meetings and have email communications, and potentially think about forming subgroups of this committee as we go forward in developing the plan and having future meetings. And then also we asked them to address the city's code of conduct and code of ethics and conflict of interest statute or ordinance, and how that applies to committee members. And then we'll also take up discussion of the selection of officers for the commission and future meeting schedules. But Elward, I'll leave it to you. You want to give us a few minutes of a tutorial on the code of ethics and on the sunshine law?
Sure. How about I start with the sunshine questions that I got?
Sure.
And if you guys have any questions during or after, just let me know. The first question I got was, if a quorum, which is more than 6 of the commission, members of the commission, has substantive discussion via email or a call or meeting via Zoom or Teams, could it run afoul of public notice or public meeting requirements per Sunshine? The answer to that one is probably, if public business is discussed. Public business would be all matters relating in any way to the committee's function or conduct. The exception would be that if, say, for example, one person from the committee sent everybody on the committee an email and contained a document, contained their opinions about something, but nobody replied to that, then that's okay, because there's no discussion going back and forth. It's just one person sending something for people to consider. That's why our office recommends BCCing people if you're sending them something that people might accidentally or not remembering Sunshine start replying to and giving their thoughts on something, because then that could constitute a public meeting of the committee. There is a caveat, another caveat to that is if Sunshine Law recognizes that if you as a committee want to get around Sunshine, you could possibly have a series of meetings that have less than a quorum discussing the same thing, you know, so 5 people or less discuss something, and then another 5 people or less discuss something, and maybe there's some overlapping members in those 2 discussion groups. If that's the case, even though there was technically not more than a quorum, that could still violate the Sunshine Law, because there the presumption would be, the intent would be to get around Sunshine. So basically the takeaway here is, even if you discuss stuff by email, as long as there's more than a quorum on the email, that could constitute a meeting, and that could be a violation of Sunshine, because presumably the email chain wasn't noticed up, and there's not an opportunity for the public to attend.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions on that one?
And I might just throw in here also, this is sort of relevant when you mentioned quorum, that we have lost a steering committee member in terms of choosing not to participate, and that would be Justin Reyes. Justin has given his notice that he will not be participating with this committee. So that officially brings your committee down to 9, and with quorum probably being 5. And so I've reached out to the mayor's office, notified them that we have 2 vacancies on the steering committee, and have asked for the mayor to make appointments to the steering committee.
Yeah, and just on that quick note, I've also reached out to the mayor's office and informed them of this as well, and informed them that we would like those seats to be filled. And I asked whether they would invite names that we might provide. And they said yes, if we have names or recommendations for folks to consider, then we should do that. And so we can discuss that later, but I do want to just highlight that right now, since Andy mentioned it. Elward, one quick question then. So one of the reasons this has come up is because the commission's interested in possibly forming subgroups as necessary, and would like the freedom to be able to maybe have discussions more efficiently without having to obviously public notice them if it's going to be an email. We all appreciate the conveniences of email as long as we can do it properly. It sounds like if we have, subcommittees of maybe 2 or 3 or 4 people, less than a quorum, then they could communicate rather freely without running afoul of public notice requirements. Would that be right?
So that was the next question I was going to address, and the answer to that one is not necessarily. A formal subcommittee can also be covered under Sunshine if it's authorized to report back to the larger committee. And then if it's a formal subcommittee, it probably has a quorum requirement on its own, or might have a quorum requirement of its own, which would be less than 6, or if the quorum is now 5, less than 5. Now that being said, if members wanted to meet informally, not as a formal subcommittee with less than a quorum, And that would probably not be covered under sunshine because it's really the quorum part that would trigger it. So if it's a formal subcommittee, it would probably be covered under sunshine. That's usually our advice to subcommittees of different committees. If it's just an informal meeting of less than a quorum of the larger committee, then no. Case law has sort of spoken a little to what makes something informal. Informality is characterized by a lack of rules of conduct, a lack of an agenda, a lack of no set procedures in terms of how to run a meeting, things of that nature.
Okay.
The next question I had were, are all email communications among members and or with city staff and related to commission work subject to potential disclosure requirements in response to public records requests? So in that case, just take, if city staff are on communications, unless that the email the subject of the email or parts of that email are closed pursuant to sunshine, then all communications with city staff are probably subject to disclosure. Sunshine has so sunshine's contained in Missouri statute. There's a part of a statute as part of sunshine that lists 20-something exceptions when you can close things. And so if the content of what you're discussing with city staff is not closed under one of those exceptions, then it would be open. Communications among members and not including city staff relating to committee business would also probably be subject to disclosure because you guys are a committee that's created by ordinance and you're serving the interest of the city. But that being said, in my experience, most of the sunshine law, so under sunshine law, anybody can request open records of a public governmental body. If someone were to request records of the committee, it would probably be served on the city and they would be asking the city, hey, I want all the records of the committee. Now, based on sunshine, the city only has to provide the records it has. So if you guys have private emails or emails among yourselves that aren't stored somewhere on city servers, the city wouldn't be able to produce those because we don't have them. If the request was served on the committee itself, then there might be an obligation for you as members to go back and provide those emails again. If for some reason it's closed pursuant to those exceptions, then we wouldn't have to disclose them. But if they're not closed, then they would be open records. The second part of another part of that question that I got was if there's a retention obligation that commission members should be aware of. Retention policies differ based on the type of information and what department has that information and what it pertains to. Generally speaking, the city has a 5-year retention policy. So we always advise people, particularly with lawsuits or potential lawsuits, to not destroy anything or get rid of anything, less than 5 years after it was created.
Does that apply to commission members individually?
I would say best practices, yeah. I'd probably have to do more research to see if there's anything specifically saying what, if there's a less than 5 years, because certain documents there might be less than 5 years, but I really doubt that I could find anything that says, what you guys exactly do would be less than 5 years. So I think it's just a rule of thumb. If you keep the 5-year rule as the applicable practice, then I think it would be fine.
Okay.
That was all the sunshine questions I had. I don't know if anyone else had sunshine questions, but if not, I could move to the conflict of interest portion of this.
Any sunshine questions? Sounds like you're free to move on, Albert.
Okay. Also, if you guys ever served with a sunshine request, or please share it with me and OEQ. Just as a rule of thumb, because we would likely be responding to it. So And I apologize, I couldn't get my computer to connect, so I'm on the phone. Otherwise, I could share some slides. But in terms of the conflict of interest provisions, the conflict of interest section of the code is section 2-2020, 2-2020. It's part of the larger code of ethics the city has, and that section is contained in the city charter. Just generally speaking, our code of ethics establishes minimum ethical standards of conduct. As a committee, you're free to establish your own ethical rules that are in addition to what the city already has, or more strict than what the city's code of ethics are. Because, like I said, it's a minimum ethical standards of conduct. The reason we have a code of ethics is to ensure, one of the reasons is to ensure that the committee and its members are acting in the best interest of the city. And it also, among other things, encourages transparency. The conflict of interest provision applies to officials and employees. You, as committee members, fall under the definition of officials and employees as you are tasked with serving the city. So the conflict of interest provision, which is again in 2-2020, basically says you can't use your position as a committee member to take or fail to take any action, or influence others to take or fail to take any action in a way which you have reason to believe might result in a personal or financial benefit not shared with a substantial segment of the city's population. So I'm going to break that down a little. And so the first thing to know is it's not just limited to you. The benefit can also be to anybody in your household, or you or anybody in your household, employers or businesses. There's also a list of certain family members. Probably best practice is just assume anybody you're related to. And then also other non-governmental groups you or your spouse or domestic partner are part of. So nonprofits or other boards you might be a part of, or your employer, things like that. So the two types of benefits that were in that definition, personal or financial benefit, the code defines financial benefit as money, service, a license, a permit, a contract, a loan, discount, travel, entertainment, hospitality, gratuity, or any promise of any of these things, or anything else of value. So that's pretty cut and dry, I think, in terms of what a financial benefit is. It's pretty broadly defined. A personal benefit the code defines as a benefit other than those that are directly financially advantageous. So an example of this could be your reputation. If you use this somehow to get an award, for example, or it could also fall under a financial benefit to friends or business associates that weren't contained in the financial benefit first part, because they don't fall under the list of people that it would benefit. So again, the conflict of interest is a personal or financial benefit not shared with a substantial segment of the city's population. That last part, not shared with a substantial segment of the city's population, that basically means that if it involves a common public good, then it's not under the definition of interest. If everybody else in the city is getting the same benefit, then it would not be an interest that would be regulated by the conflict of interest provision. So for example, if a road is being built and it's for the common good, and you happen to drive that road every day, but you're not getting any sort of special benefit or anything different than the rest of the general population would be from the creation of that road, then it wouldn't fall under the conflict of interest provision. Other potential conflicts are if you serve, so here, your role here is to serve the interest of the city. But if you happen to be on another board or commission or another entity where you're a private citizen, and that matter comes before this board, then that would be a conflict of interest. There's also a private financial transaction that's defined in the conflict of interest, section 2-2020. And this says that if there are discussions about a transaction or a project that involves a person with a substantial financial interest in that transaction or project, who is your customer or client that you've supplied goods or services to, totaling in the aggregate more than $1,000 in the past 2 years, that you are supposed to disclose that conflict of interest to the city clerk before any discussions happen. In such disclosure to the clerk, you would include the reason why you think no conflict of interest exists. So in this instance, you're just telling the clerk, hey, I think this meets the standard, but you can explain why you think there is no actual conflict of interest and why you can act in your role to discuss such transaction. So it's important to remember that just because someone might have a conflict of interest doesn't mean there's anything illegal or wrong about that. What's important is how you treat that conflict of interest. If a matter you're supposed to act on personally or financially benefits you or any of the people we discussed, you're expected to withdraw yourself from that matter. So if it's at a meeting like today and your next agenda item is something you think you have a conflict of interest with, you can say for the record, I have a conflict of interest and are withdrawing from this matter. You don't need to explain any more than that. You can if you want to, but that's all that's required. If it's an open meeting, such as this right now, and we were in person, you would be expected to move from where the committee members are sitting and sit with the general public for the portion of the meeting that you have a conflict of interest in. If it's a closed meeting and we're in person, you're expected to leave the room because that's usually what happens when there's a closed session of the committee. If it was like it is now online, and the committee were to go into closed session, you just would not, after you announce you have a conflict of interest, you would not be invited to the closed session portion. The conflict of interest section of our charter also has an annual report requirement. This committee is not one of the listed boards, commissions, or committees required to file the annual report, so you guys don't have to do that. And that is all I had. Are there any questions about any of that?
There's a question in chat.
Sure. Mine's not, I'm not on the chat, so if someone could read it to me.
Yeah, the chat question says, when you talk about best interest, you mean, is it best interest of the city or best interest of the city government? And
It's the best interest, well, the way it's stated in the code is the best interest of the city. So if you think of the city as a body of people, I would say it's in the best interest of the city as you know, a collective whole.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Kristen, did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. And we can talk offline about it, but I think that, for example, Bridging the Gap, my nonprofit that I work for, I would potentially be in a conflict of interest because we're a contractor to the city for several different things. One is tree planting. Another has to do with insulation and water and energy efficiency devices in homes. And so so in a sense, I can't advocate for those things in case it should result in a contract for Bridging the Gap. Is that correct, Elward?
Yeah, I would probably say that seems correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Elward, I have a question. I imagine other city committees and commissions are set up similarly, where there's some stipulations in the ordinance creating the commission that say, you know, certain members shall come from X segment of the community, certain members shall come from Y segment of the community. We have in our ordinance that I think at least one member shall be from, for instance, the business community. One member should be from the utility community. One member should be from, I think the home builders are represented on there. I think environmentalist organizations are on there. I think I'd have to pull the ordinance. So it's, I guess the ordinance contemplates that there will be various interests represented. Do you have any guidance that you can offer as to, you know, when one of those seats, I guess, on the commission filling that role, does that cross the line? Because each one of those are arguably involved and they're going to be advocating for whatever interest they might represent. Where does that cross the line into a conflict of interest, or does it? And does it only come down to sort of a pecuniary or monetary benefit question?
Yeah, I think that's kind of in a, you know, it's not really well defined, but I think it comes more to the personal or financial benefit. That's the part that, you know, that would be key in terms of creating the conflict of interest. And then if it's not something else that that's substantially enjoyed by the rest of the population, there's probably no general rule that I could give you that, besides what's already been stated, that would say, okay, well, in this case that it's a conflict, or no, it's not a conflict. It probably would be more fact-based depending on the particular situation and the particular thing the committee is discussing. So if you ever have concerns about something, you know, please feel free to ask and I can try to give you what I think or my opinion is.
Okay. Great, we appreciate that. Any other questions on that topic? Okay, I can't tell if people are raising their hands if they're on camera, so I apologize. Hopefully we're not missing anybody.
I don't see any. Tom, Laura, I know you had your hand up a second ago. Did you have something?
I did. I think you might have answered it, but my question, going back to Kristen, who part of her organization is the Heartland Tree Alliance. She's also been in the climate space and knows very well that trees are an integral part of this process from a land use perspective. So if the committee as a whole decides that they are, you know, that trees should be a strategy, that doesn't preclude like Kristen from bidding on a tree project, correct? As long as it's an open bid.
Yeah, again, I would fall back to the definition. If she's taking action or failing to take action that would personally or financially benefit her, that wouldn't be shared with a substantial segment of the city's population, then it wouldn't be a conflict of interest, I don't think.
And if somebody interpreted that as crossing the line into a conflict, then the next step is disclosing it, right? And making sure that everything is transparent and above board. It doesn't necessarily preclude it. Would that be right?
Right. The withdrawal aspect would be if there's going to be that personal financial benefit to you or any of the other listed entities. Okay. If it doesn't reach that level, actually, you know, the only disclosure part that's required is that financial thing I talked about, or the aggregate $1,000 in 24 months. That's the only part that requires a disclosure to the clerk. So if for the sake of transparency you want to announce that, you know, I have such and such position or I have such and such interest, but you can qualify by saying, but I don't think there's a conflict of interest, and then, you know, proceed with the discussion, then that's fine.
Okay.
Ward,
Yeah.
is there a chance that the committee itself could take exception to that declaration of no conflict?
Like I said at the outset, is if you guys want to create your own, are you saying that that people would declare, there would be a requirement they declare any potential interest even though it's not required by code?
No, what if I were a member and I declared that something is going on that I say is not a conflict of interest, and the committee is there an opportunity for the committee to take exception to that if somebody, one or two of the committee members think that there is a conflict, and then opportunity for discussion to arrive at some conclusion?
I think if you as a committee wanted to discuss that, then that's in your purview. If you're talking about if people voted to exclude somebody because they decide, the committee as a whole or as a body decided that there was a conflict, I'm not sure the answer to that one. I know there is a ethical conflict. I don't remember the exact name, but there is a committee that looks into issues where there are potential conflicts of interest and issues opinions about them. So I would have to look back at the code, but there might be an opportunity if you guys weren't sure to submit to that committee, assuming that it's actually a functioning committee, and get their advice.
Okay.
The only other thing so not related to this, but I think Robin and somebody had asked me to send an email about the selection of a chair and a vice chair. I just wanted to say to you guys that based on the code in section 2-970.44, it does say the committee. I think you guys are getting to this in the next section, but the committee shall elect the chair and the co-chair. So I'm not sure in this case if the chair and the co-chair were appointed, but the code does require that the committee elects the chair and the co-chair. So I just want to say that for the record.
Yeah, and I think that's so the code says that. I think the ordinance that created the commission, or that was adopted later, just a second here, 140760, I think that mentions the committee shall select its own chair and vice chair. So
vice chair, sorry. Yeah.
Vice chair, yeah. So yeah, we were going to get to that next, I think. And are there any recommendations you would have on how to go about doing that procedurally? I think I would just normally open it up for discussion, and we generally try to achieve things by consensus, but if there's a procedure we should follow, Elwood, I guess let us know.
Yeah, I don't have any specific procedure in mind. I think discussing it, and then people make nominations, and then people can vote on it.
Okay.
I would consider that an election.
And can we do that
you guys can decide
open?
if you want to do, well, probably a roll call would probably be the easiest way.
Yeah. Is that something we need to do in executive session, or can we just do it in the open?
I think you can do it in the open. I'm not aware of any rule that requires it to be in a certain. Basically, there's nothing that speaks exactly how to do an election. So I think if you guys are all okay with the way you're doing it, then that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I think we don't have bylaws, and we don't, or any other, rules of procedure or anything like that. So we generally follow Robert's rules. So we can just do that. It looks like Robin, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask while he was on with us about the issue of how to decide on issues either by voting or consensus. And I just wanted to hear your perspective on whether there's anything wrong with going by voting, or if it's what the ethics code, if anything, says about how decisions should be made.
You mean when you guys vote, just generally?
Well, I've heard that the committee tries to do by consensus. So I guess, is that recommended, or is it more appropriate to do voting? Or is there any, I guess, thoughts on that?
Oh, well, whenever you act as a body, you should vote. There's different ways you can vote, whether it's just by saying yay or nay, or doing a roll call where the individual member's name is called and they say what they think. Sunshine only requires certain things to be by roll call. Like, for example, if you want to go into closed session, you have to do a roll call vote to go into closed session, and then any votes taken in closed session need to be via roll call. But off the top of my head, other than that, there aren't, I can't think of any other requirements that necessarily require a roll call. But you as a committee can also decide, hey, we want to do all our voting by roll call, even if it's to do something like approving the minutes or doing anything we decide. But yeah, as I would recommend anything you do be via a vote by a majority, and by a majority of when the quorum is present.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions for Albert?
And
All right.
Andy has all my contact information, so if anybody ever has any wants to just contact me individually, feel free.
Okay, great. Well, we appreciate your time today. That's very informative and very helpful for us all.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So it's a good segue into the discussion of selection of chair and co-chair. I think during the course of the past month, the question was raised as we all started looking into what our underlying statutes and ordinances were. You know, how did we select the committee chair? And shouldn't we select a vice chair? And I'm trying to think if we've ever had a vice chair, at least in my time on the commission. I don't recall that we've had one. No reason not to. I think it's a good idea to have one. I didn't even know the position was available, frankly. But you know, without bylaws, there's nothing setting forth the duties of a vice chair necessarily. I would assume that person would take the role of covering meetings and running meetings when the chair is not available. But beyond that, I guess the role would be whatever the commission wants to decide it should be. And the same goes for the really the chair of the committee. The ordinance doesn't really define a lot what the chair's role is. And it does say, you know, the committee shall select its own chair. I was personally notified by the mayor's office this summer, asked by the mayor's office to be the chair. I wasn't aware at the time that there was a stipulation in the ordinance that said the committee gets to select the chair, and I'm not sure the mayor's office was aware of that, frankly. I'll let the mayor's office speak to that, but I discussed this with the mayor's office yesterday, and I said that we're going to be opening this up to go in accordance with the ordinance, and that was, you know, fine with the mayor's office. So I think the best way to proceed in all transparency is to follow the ordinance and let the committee select who it wishes to be chair and who it wishes to be the vice chair. And as far as election process goes, I think a simple balloting, once we collect names of the nominees or volunteers, as the case may be, then we just go by a simple roll call vote. Depending on the number of, if we have more than two, I suppose we'd have to probably maybe do something differently to reach a majority. But I guess first things first, let's talk about nominees for both positions. Starting with chair.
Tom, hold one second. Robin might have a question or a comment before we get into that, and you might also just kind of come to a group consensus on what the process is before we actually do nominations.
Okay.
Okay. Robin?
Thanks. To the point that there's never been a vice chair and it's not very well defined, I would suggest that maybe that position we hold off until next time, until that can be fleshed out a little bit, so the committee members would better understand what they're committing to, if that's okay with everyone.
Sounds good to me.
Any comments on that? Sounds fine to me.
This is Bill. It sounds good to me.
Anybody
I think
disagree?
the only The only thing that would matter is if you were thinking about having an executive committee for some purpose, which oftentimes has to do with the actual population of the rest of the committee. And since that's largely populated already, we probably don't need that. But if we are thinking about breaking into subcommittees, and there's a need for an executive committee, that's the only other reason I can think of why we would need a vice chair and potentially other positions like secretary or treasurer.
Kristen, do you think that means we should try and select a vice chair today, or continue to think about that and discuss it further at the next meeting?
I'm okay with deferring it to the next meeting. I'm just saying if we think that it's going to be a powerful thing to break into subcommittees and to address perhaps a wider range of topics with subcommittees, that might be the time at which we would consider needing more people on an executive committee. So yeah, I'm fine with it not being today.
Okay. Okay.
Comment in chat.
The comment is, shouldn't we define the roles and responsibility? I assume that, is that referring to the chair? I suppose it is. And that's a fair question because the ordinance doesn't really define the roles. I think, again, just historically, in my involvement on this commission, the chair has been the one to, and Jerry, you can fill in to maybe provide some more historical context going further back, but the chair has been the one to coordinate and run the meetings, and facilitate discussion. I suppose the chair would sign letters to, I think, would sign letters that might go to city council or other elected officials to the extent that happens. I don't recall that happening during my time on the commission. Is there any, Andy or Jerry, I'd ask for you, is there any other roles that you've seen the chair perform beyond those?
Yeah, I would say on a regular basis, the chair works with the chief environmental officer, Andy, to establish the agendas for them. Historically has done that to establish the agendas. And with regard to correspondence to the mayor and city council, there have been very few, but one in particular was the transmittal of the recommendation for acceptance and adoption of the climate protection plan that went over the chair's signature.
Okay. Back in 2008? Eight, right. Okay.
But given the nature of the committee, I would expect that the chairman would also be in a leadership role of making sure that the climate protection plan was executed. I mean, aren't we deciding that we have, in some sense, oversight over whether the plan actually is enacted? And you would expect that the chairperson would be in a leadership role in that.
That's charter
which would be
purpose.
a pretty broad-ranging responsibility. Sorry, Tom. But it would be, it would be potentially meeting with some I would think being involved in the city's budget process and things like that.
That's possible. I don't, we're an
No,
advisory committee.
Jerry shaking his head no.
That's not within the charter purpose.
Yeah.
As an example, it is within the charter purpose for the Environmental Management Commission, but it's not been in the charter purpose for the steering committee. Now,
Okay.
the Environmental Management Commission has taken that on directly and submitted its opinions and recommendations to the mayor and city council on a regular basis. Historically, with regard to the Climate Protection Steering Committee, it's been less direct in a sense. It's been certainly continued oversight through presentations by staff and others as to what's been going on and how directly involved the committee wants to be is up to the committee from, and that may change from time to time. It's the committee's choice in that regard, but it does not extend to, as a committee, individuals aside, but as a committee, it's never extended to input into the budget on behalf of the committee. That's all, again, historically, that's been the Environmental Management Commission because it is part of their charter. And one of the reasons that at least one of the members of this committee is also a member of the Environmental Management Commission.
And which person is that at this moment in time?
Michael Kelly.
The liaison. Oh, Michael. Okay.
Michael.
Because I think that one of the things that we haven't had is that link where we're hearing regularly what the Environmental Management Commission is recommending. Now, Jerry, you copy me on a lot of that stuff, but I don't know if the whole committee gets copied on what's the Environmental Management Commission saying to City Council about what needs to be happening.
Most of the items that I send out, unless I'm asked by the commission to restrict distribution, it goes out to everybody who's related. So
okay,
this committee gets copies of almost everything historically. If you don't want it, I won't send it, but that's you can always tell me not to do that.
Jerry, in theory, if the commission, our commission, I should say committee, we're the committee, the EMC is the commission.
Yes.
I need to be clear. If our committee, to Kristen's point, has a desire or a recommendation on a budgetary matter that it wants to weigh in on, is the route for that to go through our liaison, through Michael or whoever's in that role with the EMC and pass those wishes up through that?
I would say, to be honest, I would say that route has never really been tested. The commission does it on a fairly regular basis, 1, 2, 3 times a year on a variety of topics, many of which have nothing to do with the substance of this committee. So if this committee chooses to do something like that, I would recognize that it's a test and that the mayor might say he doesn't want you to do it, but that's, conditions under which you might want to test it. That's entirely up to you and a decision that Andy would have input into very directly, I would assume.
Well, and I'm just looking directly at the duties of the committee, and there is very specific language that says that the committee shall advise the city council as to important developments related to the climate protection plan. And in that same paragraph, there is discussion about reviewing plans, budgets, programs, and actions of the city.
That's right.
So I think that gives you enough leeway that this committee, if it felt they wanted to send something to the mayor and council, I think it's a go. Now, what's interesting is I don't think we have a letterhead for this committee, so it'd be a first for at least for a long time. So.
Well, I would just think that I think that's perhaps one of the things that our citizenry are looking for us to do in this very pressing time, is to be quite active along those lines. And I wouldn't expect all of that to fall on Tom, but I would expect for us to be playing a very active role in informing and suggesting and perhaps requesting support from city council and from possibly even the city manager. As I understand it, that's a very important and significant role in our city government. So That I think that should be part of the responsibilities assigned to the chairman of the organization.
If I might,
Yeah, Jerry.
yeah, I think what I was responding to earlier related more narrowly to letters being written to the mayor and city council, which this committee has done very little of historically. Although the committee has been very aggressive in terms of working with staff to do presentations at business sessions, as an example, to address all of the mayor, city council, and city manager as much as feasible all at one time on a regular basis, at least once a year, to update them on activities under the climate protection plan. So it's not, what I was more responding to was written documents as opposed to broader participation on that kind of level. But it's your choice to define.
Yeah. It sounds, Kristen, like what you're suggesting is that as we get busier with development of the plan and then implementation of the plan, especially, you'd view the chair's role as, I think everybody on the committee probably will fill this role to some degree as well, of staying on top of things and articulating their desire for certain things to happen or not happen. But you're saying it's really the chair's role to stay on top of that and be the point person on any kind of communications or discussions with either city staff or city council or city government otherwise.
I do think that, and I think for that reason, that's one reason to have a vice chair, just to spread some of that load a little bit. So it becomes less of an administrative position and more of an influential shaping of policy kind of position. I think that's what we're all looking for right now.
Okay, good comments. Any other comments on the roles and duties of the
And
chair?
Tom, I would just throw in there, referring to the ordinances again, at some point down the road, the ordinance does allow the committee to adopt from time to time those rules and regulations as it may deem necessary to effectuate its purpose and govern its affairs. So
Yeah.
being that we don't quite have something on the books, that might be something that this committee chooses to take on as a task sometime.
I think it's a good suggestion. I mean, to the extent that going down this road in the future, we can clarify what everybody's roles are and what the expectations are of the different positions and of the committee. I think it's perfectly valid for us to have bylaws or some kind of governance system. We just have to draft it and agree on it, but we can do that.
That's why we have a legal beagle at the top.
Oh, is that why?
You know,
Okay.
while we're on this, I would want to incorporate Michael, an update from Michael each time if he has it in him to do that, to make sure that we know what the Environmental Commission is up to. We have at Bridging the Gap, we have a lot of liaison positions like that on our board, and it can work really well, but we have to incorporate it regularly into the agenda.
Right. And we do something similar for the EMC. They have liaison updates, which, you know, they don't happen every time. It's just if there is a report, then somebody reports out what they've come across. So yeah, it's probably a very good idea.
And honestly, most of the time it doesn't just have to be me. I mean, Andrew and Laura and Jerry are all there one time or another and can usually tell more about what happened than I can sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I think a standing, there is a fair amount of crossover, but I think especially because this committee has so many new members that haven't been involved in either the commission or the committee in the past, I think to have a standing item on the agenda, just EMC update or EMC, liaison report would be a good idea. Okay. Okay, so selection-wise, I would suggest that we come up with a list of nominees. Once we have that list, we have each person vote. It's hard to do this, I suppose, not in, and I would suggest everybody write a name on a piece of paper and we submit them and count them up. I suppose here we would have to just do a roll call and each person just announce the name of the nominee that they would select. Unless anybody, I'm certainly open to other suggestions, but that would be my suggestion. Anybody disagree?
Is the city
Okay.
using Mentimeter yet for voting?
I don't,
No.
Andy, that's
Or
your
could we
question.
do it by email? Could we do it by email? If we do it by email, does it have to be 100% participation?
Well, I think Elward had mentioned this, it should be a roll call in a public forum.
Roll call in a public forum. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's why I would default to that unless anybody has a different idea.
Yeah, and we can just keep tally, myself and Rachel, we'll do a roll call through the committee and, yeah, you would just call out whatever nominee that you're choosing and we'll keep track of that.
Okay. And as far as nominees goes, who would anybody like to offer a nominee? And by the way, I'm not nominating myself. I'm happy to accept a nomination if somebody wants to nominate me because I accepted from there. I'll accept it again, but I'm not nominating myself. This is up to the other members of the committee, in my opinion.
I would like to nominate Robin.
Robin, do you accept?
Yes, I had trouble getting off mute. Yes, I would accept that nomination. Thank you.
Okay. Any other nominees?
Tom, I would nominate you for several reasons, one of which is your understanding of the role of the committee as it's played out over the last several years, and also your understanding of the legal environment that we're in. And also having watched you conduct yourself over the past 5 or 6 years with this. And Robin, sorry, I don't know you as well as I know Tom, but I feel like I would definitely want to make sure that Tom's name were on the ballot.
Okay. Thank you, Kristen. I accept. Anybody else? Okay. Not hearing anybody. Shall we do a, Rachel, do you want to just do a roll call?
Or do you and Robin want to check out for a few minutes while we do that vote? Does that make sense, or you don't do that?
Well, I guess
You
let me
only do
ask
that in
this.
sorority, maybe.
I think Robin and I can both vote. I guess the question is, would you all prefer that we check out so you can have discussion amongst yourselves?
I think that would be smart myself.
I mean, if that's a suggestion, I don't have any qualms with it. So I'm fine either way.
Well, I guess logistically, Robin, if you're okay with that, I suppose we could get out for 5 minutes and come back in, or get out until Rachel emails us and tells us to get back in.
Sounds good.
Okay. Why don't we do that? Why don't you and I jump off, and then Rachel, will you be so kind as to email us when the group's ready to get back together?
Of course, sure.
Okay. All right. Signing off.
Okay.
Okay,
I couldn't
so
see,
go ahead, Kristen. I was just going
I
to suggest
I
if
was
there's
just
any.
gonna say, I couldn't see who nominated Robin, but I would like to hear more from that person about what their thoughts were.
Hi, yeah, I would be happy to. Hi, this is Beth Polly. I nominated Robin because I think that Robin has that really healthy balance between a wealth of technical experience as well as a wealth of policy and advocacy experience. I think that it is, really important that as we go forward with this climate protection plan, that that experience with advocacy, particularly the frontline groups and incorporating the public feedback is included. And so that's not to say that there was something, that I didn't agree with the former chair. But I think that a fresh perspective is extremely valuable, particularly when it pertains to equity. We've had a lot of really great folks at the table for a lot of years, and I really, really value and admire all of those folks and all of that experience. But I do think there's something healthy about a fresh perspective, and that's why I nominated Robin.
Okay, any other comments from the committee?
Well, I suppose I should say something about Tom since I nominated him. I think that if there could be a criticism levied at the last version of this committee, it would be that we hadn't done enough and that we were too passively receiving information about climate protection and not really in enough of a kind of galvanizing role in the city in terms of making sure that our climate protection plans were being carried out. And yet at the same time, I think so I think we need somebody who is a strong and credible leader in that way. But at the same time, I think it needs to be somebody who's very level-headed. And I say that I don't know enough of the other members of the committee. It's just the qualities that I think are needed in this, because it sometimes can be a very contentious place to be trying to make progress on climate change. So that's one reason that I feel comfortable with Tom, is because I think he's willing to play both of those roles. But I also understand what Beth is saying about the importance of policy experience here. So thank you for that.
Bridget?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I don't know Tom as well as I know Robin, but I was just going to add to Beth's point that, and also to Kristen's point, that there's a real aspect of implementation here. And I've been able to see with Robin that she's been able to implement all of her clean energy work that she did in California, prior to being here in Kansas City, that she's able to, get projects, big, large projects like this done. So that was just my sense.
Okay, any other further comments? Okay, are we all ready for a vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want me to invite them back for the vote?
That's a yes.
Yes,
Oh.
I believe they should vote.
Okay,
I
I
agree with
just
Beth.
emailed them. So there's Robin.
Andy, do you have his number to maybe text him in case the email's running really slow?
Yeah, just give me a second here.
There we go. Okay, we're ready for the vote now.
Okay, Rachel, do you want to just read down the list of the committee members and we'll respond with the vote?
Sure. So, Tom, I have you first.
I'll vote for myself.
Okay. Angela, I don't think she's here, but just in case, Angela Crawford, are you on the call? Okay, Beth,
I vote for Robin.
Ellen Fairchild, I know she's not on the call today. Andy, did you ever determine?
Yeah, if Ellen's not here, she's the only one that can vote.
If
You okay there, Rachel? Rachel, are you with us?
Can anyone hear me?
Can hear you now.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay. So what was that about, Ellen?
Yeah, so Ellen would need to be here to vote.
Okay. So Bill,
I vote for Robin.
Bridget,
I vote for Robin.
Kristen,
I vote for Tom.
Michael,
I vote for Robin.
and Robin.
I'll vote for myself.
So it looks like we have 5 Robin and 2 Tom.
Okay,
Congratulations, Robin.
congratulations.
Thank you all very much. I very much look forward to serving as chair.
Well, if I were there, I'd pass the gavel to you, but I'm not sure we even have a gavel. So we need letterhead, we need a gavel.
Okay, so who wants to continue? Tom, you want to finish, or Robin, do you want to take over? We are down to, we have 20 minutes left scheduled, and I know we have quite a bit to cover still, so we'll try to be as
Happy to continue, Robin. It's up to you.
I'm fine if Tom would like to finish.
Sure. So just to be clear then on vice chair, we'll table that discussion until the next meeting. I want to make sure, I think we have a chat question. Do we? Okay. Does this mean that Tom is the vice chair? Remains to be
Oh.
seen. Stay tuned. Okay. Meeting schedule. We, and it may be premature, but we wanted to get, I thought it'd be a good idea to get everybody's input on future meeting frequency and scheduling. There were a couple questions, I think, raised over the last month or so about that. And so wanted to hear what people thought about really anything in terms of the meetings, when we're having them, obviously where we're having them. We're still a little bit restricted by the COVID situation, but timing, et cetera. I think all those topics are on the table. And I think, you know, if you have thoughts on doing anything differently than we're doing now, I think right now, the last time we talked, we were thinking about monthly meetings going forward with possibly more as necessary, depending on what we hear from, you know, on updates about the plan and how more frequently we might need to meet to review the plan, which is all fine. But if there's any other suggestions on doing things any differently than what we talked about last time, now would be the time to talk about that.
I would just like to say that it seems like we do have a lot happening, especially over the next few months with the plan. And personally, I would be open to meeting at least monthly and putting that as a regular date, but also consider a meeting in between to be more of a working session, or whatever Andy and, you know, whatever we think is best. But I would be open to meeting more often since we have so much going on right now.
Yeah, and I would recommend it for the committee to find a date that be recurring monthly so folks can plan accordingly. Seems to work pretty well for the EMC. But then for additional meetings, we can schedule those as necessary. So myself and my staff will do our best to be at all of these, all the meetings that you guys want to do.
I will offer that Tuesday afternoon, third or fourth Tuesday is typically okay for my schedule. So if we did want to set Tuesday afternoon as the standing meeting time, I would certainly be amenable to that.
And we can do a poll. So I'll take that as a suggestion, third or fourth Tuesday. Is 3 o'clock or 3:30 better?
I would do at least 3:30 if not even later than that.
Okay. And then any other suggestions for what we could put in the poll? Because we do have some members that aren't here today, so I want to make sure they have a chance to vote as well.
I think we need to do some type of doodle poll, and with the hint that this will kind of be written in stone, sort of, about monthly, about when that'll be, and just get everybody's feedback on it, and then get the meeting set for October and roll at that point.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, Bill.
Yeah. So I
So
agree
yeah,
with you.
any other suggested blocks of time that are good for folks that put in the poll? If not,
Does Bill have his hand up?
We can set it up to have folks put them in at that point. Not sure how that poll would work out.
Andy, just
Yeah.
real quick, if they're wanting an update from Brendel at the next meeting, they were planning on doing an update at the October meeting, the one in late October. We probably
Okay.
need to make sure it works with our project manager schedule.
Right. Okay.
Also, when does the Environmental Management Commission meet? Are we blending nicely with that?
They're the
Second
second
Wednesday.
Wednesday of the month.
Okay, so that would work well from that standpoint.
They meet from 4 to 6.
Yep.
During that time.
The previous committee members used to meet on Fridays. 3 to 5 was pretty popular in the past. Okay, well, I guess we don't need to spend more time on this. If you want to just email me any suggestions, and then we'll put the poll together and try to get that out here in the next day or two.
Could we also poll the length of the meeting, because I think maybe 2 hours might be better if everyone's okay with that. But
Okay. Okay, well, I'll carry it from there, Tom.
Okay. Thanks, Andy. Next on the agenda is the CPRP update, the plan update. Recall we had talked about having Brendel come today and decided not to. And in lieu of that, Laura was going to give us an update on where things stand with the plan and what we can start expecting coming in terms of deliverables from Brendel. So Laura, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure, and I will go kind of quickly because I know we're short on time. So the first update I wanted to give you all was the greenhouse gas inventories have been completed for both citywide and municipal operations. And I will send this out to you all afterwards. I just want to give you a quick update on why things are the way they are. Well, hopefully it will let me do this. Okay. So just for some of the folks that are in chat and guests to the meeting, Resolution 200005 requires us to reduce citywide greenhouse gas emissions 30% below 2005 levels by 2025 and 50% by 2030, and be climate neutral citywide by 2040. As far as internally municipal, we have to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions 70% below 05 levels by 2025, with the goal of being climate neutral by 2030, with 100% reduction for emissions related to consumption of electricity by 2022. So that's just kind of the goals we're looking at both citywide. As part of this greenhouse gas inventory this year, and as part of, because of the 05 resolution, we updated our base year, which had originally been 2000 for our previous greenhouse gas inventories, to 2005. Thankfully, we did have the 2005 data, so we were able to use that. So this is the citywide graph of our emissions inventory from 2005 to 2019. And so if you'll notice, it looks like we've gone up a little bit on this graph since 2017. And oh, back up. My computer's being crazy today. Sorry, guys. Our electricity emissions factor, the federal one, is down about almost 6%, and that resulted in a net 4% decrease in electricity emissions after accounting for that increase, and accounting for the increase in use. So you'll see on here that everything kind of increased. So, but we have decreased 24% in greenhouse gas emissions from 05 to 2019. And it looks like if you look at the trajectory for our 2025 goal, which is this blue dotted line right here, we are on track to meet our 2025 emissions goal. It does also seem from this inventory that our largest emission source shifted from commercial energy to transportation. That is partially, you can see that transportation did still go down, but commercial energy and industrial energy, you notice they kind of switched. We believe that's accounted for by some loss of industry, but also some differences in how our utilities were calling industrial versus commercial, and what processes were considered industrial versus commercial. So if you notice these two dark blue boxes, they total the same thing. I think it's both 3.4 when you read it. So it's still pretty much the same. So that being said, it looks our building energy is still our largest energy usage in Kansas City, followed by transportation. Everything else kind of falls into the smaller places in between. So significant sources of our emissions reduction, we're a shift to cleaner sources by our energy utility. So Evergy has added a lot of green energy to its portfolio, as well as the reduction in industrial emissions, and transportation emissions decreased 5%, mainly because of shifts in fuel efficiency. So we did have a small decrease in vehicle miles traveled, but most of that increases in vehicle efficiency. So I want to also So a couple of things that may have influenced the fact that we are a little higher this year. 2019 did have a lot more cold days than 2017. So there were a lot more heaters running in the wintertime for more days, which is going to we're always going to fluctuate when we have more heating and cooling degree days in one year versus another year. And also part of why this has changed is we have much, both Spire and Evergy have updated their systems with which they gather information for us. And in our previous inventories, I believe the way it was done, and Jerry, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we kind of went by Kansas City's zip codes and then took the portions of those zip codes that were in other cities as well, kind of reduce down and get our Kansas city limits, whereas this time they were able to just pull Kansas City addresses. So our data is a little cleaner and we believe a little better, which is showing higher emissions than previous. So if you go back and look at our 2017 emissions online, it's not going to look the same as this graph because we did update we updated to include the new Spire numbers in 2017 because they were able to pull that for us. So that is going to be a little bit higher as well. For our municipal greenhouse gas inventory, we decreased 26% since 2005. We'll need significant progress to hit that goal of 70% reduction by 2025. But if we are allowed, if everything goes through for us to be 100% electricity from renewable in the city, we will meet that goal. So that's good to hear. Our commuting emissions have dropped 42% since 2005. However, employees commuting, they have increased since 2017. And our emissions from our fleet vehicles have actually increased since 2017. So we were at 27,000 metric tons, and we've actually increased to 31 in our municipal fleet over time. So make sure I've got all this. I wanted to tell you everything we had. So, so natural gas emissions in the city, you'll see that's where one of those places where natural gas increased quite a bit, and that was the increase in the amount of heating required or the cooling degree days. There was a 31% increase in cooling degree days this year over 2017. Also, there's an increase in electricity use from aviation. There was a transformer that went online between these 2 years to help with the construction of the new terminals at the airport. So aviation is reporting higher electricity use than they have in the past. So that's just a quick kind of overall of what our greenhouse gas emissions look like right now. So my next question for you all is, before we get started on the rest of the update, is we aren't actually doing a greenhouse gas emissions report for this particular year because that is going to kind of be folded into the climate plan itself. And I know some of you have been asking for the data. Would it be for the commissioners better, do you want to, I can give you a slew of graphs that show all the different things, or I can give you a summary sheet that shows all the inputs, or I can do both? Would that be enough for you all? Would that be something you'd be interested in?
This is Michael Kelly. I would be interested in both if you're offering, just because I think understanding as much as you're able to share with us, where the sources are, what the trends are, is just helpful with us as we're trying to determine how best to advise on what needs to go into the update to the climate protection plan.
Okay.
This is Bill. I agree with Michael.
So a summary sheet that shows all of the data, and I can here, I've got all these windows. Let me see. That should be one I have down here. So this is kind of small. So here are the summary sheets on which the data is calculated. And so this is just all of our sources here. Now what you're going to notice, and this is, we reported some greenhouse gas emissions to the CDP, that's the Carbon Disclosure Project. We do that every year. When what we reported to the CDP is quite a bit higher than, I say quite a bit. It sounds like quite a bit, but it's not. The city's emissions reported to CDP are more complete. They show sources not available in our 2005 baseline, such as the aviation scope 3 emissions and industrial process emissions. So we actually ended up reporting about 8.9 million metric tons to the CDP. However, in our community one, it's only 8.6. It's not that those emissions didn't exist, but in our 2005 data, those two types of emissions aren't available. So we would be comparing apples to oranges, which is why we do our community inventory without those industrial process emissions and the scope 3 aviation. So that's why you'll see difference in the two numbers when I send them to you. But I can definitely send this to you and you guys can take a look at all of these different ones and pull graphs however you want from it. But I'll also pull some of the graphs that I think make the most sense to help just kind of understand what's going on.
Thanks.
Laura, do you have, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. Laura, do you have any indication yet, or will Brundle be providing some comparison on how we fared in comparison to other similar cities, St. Louis, Milwaukee, some of the others we've been compared to? In terms of, yeah.
In terms of where we are?
Well, in terms of where we are and the per capita or per resident emissions and things like that you had tracked on there.
Yeah, I believe that's already updated in our spreadsheet tool. I can go ahead and add that list, and it's per capita emissions, and we compared several cities. So yeah, I'll go ahead and add that graph to make sure that's in there.
Okay.
So you have it. Okay.
And Laura, I just wanted to ask if this information will be included somehow in the outreach to the public or communicated with the public so that they are well informed as they consider, what strategies they think are most important.
Yes, it will. It's going to be added to the Bang the Table platform now that I have, once I get some graphs that I think will be useful. We just got this data yesterday and I was out sick. I apologize. So I will get that added to the Bang the Table platform, and then it's already in our phase 2 engagement spreadsheet. So when we go out and present to various community groups, they get to see that data. And so that's next steps. I was going to give you an update on engagement. We're out of time, so I'm just kind of going to give you guys a little overview of kind of our next steps. We can tell you what we're hearing at the next meeting if you'd like, or I can run long.
And Laura, from my standpoint, I'd say take the time that the committee members want on this. I mean, I know we're running low, and if people need to jump off, they can. But if you've got a little bit of time, go ahead and.
Oh, okay. All right, so just an engagement update. Phase 1 is, I can't say it's complete because phase 1 is going to continue forever. We're going to continue listening and learning from the community as we bring on new organizations that are interested in this work. We allow them to, we've kept all the surveys and the stories and the maps open so that people can continue to contribute to phase 1. And we are still seeing that online, and we are still seeing it in our community conversations. So the climate survey we have on the Bang the Table site, our community or our climate justice workers are giving that when they can in those community conversations if they make sense. I gave it out this weekend as well at Dogwood Days at Dunbar Park, so some people completed it there. So we're still going to be listening and learning. And this is kind of where we've been so far, just to let you know how many stories have been shared. And actually, I haven't updated this because it's more like 24 stories now, but we've got, and this 47 survey responses is for our first survey. We've already had 24 more for our second one, and people have really been using the map. It's been great. We've already engaged, it's actually over 500 stakeholders now since this was put together a couple weeks ago. So we are definitely hearing from the community, which makes me feel good to know that people are coming to the table for this. So what we're hearing online, we're hearing that flooding and air quality are kind of the biggest concerns for individuals and greatest concerns to neighborhoods. Just that's based on the survey questions we asked, but all of the others are kind of up there as well. Not so much disease, and that may be because people aren't correlating the two. Maybe we need to do a better job of getting the word out that those two can be related. So what also we're hearing online is when people are telling us they're concerned, other areas of concern and opportunity are ones you guys already pretty much know about: food security, soil health, loss of our biodiversity, our water contamination and runoff and flooding impacts on our future generations, and unhoused refugees, and our mental and physical health. So these are things we're hearing from our respondents. This is kind of a list of our just some of the stories that we're learning from online. If you guys haven't gone on to the Climate Protection Steering Plan Bang the Table engagement site under Listen, you should. You can read every single one of the stories that are under there. I know a lot of you've contributed stories, so thank you for that. The more stories you contribute, the more people feel comfortable contributing. So thank you for those that have already gone online and shared their stories. But it talks about LED streetlights. It talks about solar. We get inefficiency. Energy inefficiency is a big one. And right now, with all the things going on with Marty Kraft and Dennis and some of the other folks that have now spoken up with native plants and native lawns, that's become a really big conversation too, which is great. What I'm really excited about is how many people are using the map. That's really nice for us to be able to true up some of the data we have on flooding, the data we have on heat islands, is when people place areas and pins on these maps and then add their comments on this is the worst spot. This is where it's hottest in my neighborhood. These pins have been great. So issues identified are heat and flooding, lack of healthy food, and other. A lot of that is abandoned properties and illegal dumping associated with abandoned properties. We're getting a lot about waste and illegal dumping. But a lot of opportunities were opportunities for more green space, safer biking and walking, and public shelters and shade, which we could add resiliency hubs if possible, those kind of things. So the community conversations have been great. The climate issues of concern are coming out of our communities. We don't really have to prompt them. We are finding that they're already ready to talk about this and ready to move. So we've got our word cloud over here on the right. These are the words that are coming out of it the most for those of you who, I think everybody's probably seen a word cloud at this point, but the words in the word cloud are the ones that are used the most. So climate crisis and community are our big ones, which I love to see. But you can see over here, the issues of concern are kind of the same ones that are kind of mirrored in the regional plan as well. It's a lot of the same thing. I won't read all the bullet lists to you. And what are we hearing as far as opportunity? Equity, chance, and jobs. All three of those are our big ones. The areas of opportunity, so kind of where our strategies are hopefully going to align best with community, are some things we've already really talked about, and that's restoration of green space, urban tree canopies, energy efficiency, access, community access for all ages, creeds, colors. So that's been great. And then of course, our commitment to the possibility of jobs, green jobs, has been big. So phase 2, we started phase 2 just recently. And phase 2 is kind of our strategy session. So we're asking people what strategies are needed to reduce the pollution and support community resilience. So we've got a strategy survey up at our CPRP site. It's under CPRP-Explore now, and that's our second phase. You can get to it from the main site. We have the stories open. We're still asking people to add to the map, share their stories, and complete the survey. And so the way we're asking them to do that, for those of you that haven't seen the survey yet, is it actually links to, hey, we've got a regional climate action plan and we have an 08 plan. And if you look through those and you look through the strategies, what we want to know is what's missing from the list and what should we be focusing on and who can support it. So not just what strategies we need, but also who's going to be responsible for them. We're getting a lot of feedback on, good organizations that we should partner with to move this forward. So this is kind of, this is a slide from the presentation that we're giving as part of the phase 2 engagement. It's a long presentation. It's got a lot of these, but it just shows the potential strategies that were already in the both the climate action plan or policy from the climate action playbook. These are some of the ideas, and then we're saying, okay, so we've got these ideas, which we're going to hash through, but what's missing? And where should we focus for Kansas City? So just kind of giving them some ideas and then saying something, you guys have something else to add, so please add it. I think that's all I had on that. So that's kind of the quick on what we're hearing there. And I can tell you as far as phase 2 goes, we have I already sent today a newsletter went out to all the Bang the Table people that are registered. So if you're on there, you might have gotten it. And that newsletter just says, hey, second phase is open, move forward. As of the time I wrote this kind of note slide here for me, we already had 23 respondents. We're up to 26 now. So thank you for people sharing your strategies. So that's up. And then our social media was supposed to go out at some point today. I haven't gotten notification from the city when and if, but our social media goes out pretty much. It's scheduled even sometimes after hours to move forward. So something should be going out through our social media to get people moving on that as well. So I'm going to send out to the steering committee as well, just kind of our stakeholder engagement plan that's coming up. It's just kind of it's our engagement plan for the next 4 phases. It's a draft. It's a work in progress. It changes as we learn more, but I am going to send it out to you all so that you have it as a, as a something that you can use as a strategy or review and add to if you think that there's something missing from it. And then our the next phase of what's coming out from Brindle is going to be the technical work groups. So we've moved forward with we've got the community side of things going, but we're working through kind of the general concept and timeline for our stakeholder work groups. And right now we're focusing on a possible 7 topics, transportation groups with 1 coordinating group that will have community perspectives and equity perspectives that coordinating group is going to kind of divide and conquer to each of these technical groups and bring it back to that final coordinating group so that they can all discuss it as well, just to have another layer of neighborhood input and equity input. We're not sure exactly how that's gonna roll out yet, but that's kind of where we're looking. And Brindle, we'll meet with Brindle next week to kind of hash out they've got their ideas they're sending to us. The city will then put our ideas into it, and then we'll send that draft prospectus out to you all for your review and input into how that work group setup should be. Sorry. So the timeline is we're going to finalize the concept and the roles of that work group in September. And then early October, we're going to start recruiting those work groups. And by mid-October, have 3 60-minute group meetings to explain roles and structures. It's kind of what we're thinking. And then by late October, we'll have them working on strategies, incorporating feedback from the community with the strategies that are already in the existing plan and the regional plan. And then so start working with those strategies, and then as we get to our phase where we're going to prioritize and align strategies, we'll bring those groups back together to kind of work on prioritizing with the neighborhoods. So that's kind of, and that's planned for December. So that's kind of our next deliverable, is that technical work group document that we should get out to you guys. I'm saying 2 weeks at the latest, depending on how productive our meeting is with them next week. And I think that's what I've got right now. Any questions, concerns, additions?
I have one, but I don't want to preempt anybody else if they have comments or questions. Okay. So Laura, based on, I guess, all of what you've just told us and what you've kind of where you stand with Brindle, do you think it would be should we get them on the calendar for the next meeting and develop a list of items that we want to hear from them about?
Yeah, I definitely do. By that time, they should have some, they will have been able to kind of crunch the numbers on some of the community strategy inputs and have a little bit more data because they'll have been through several, I mean, we'll pretty much be wrapping up that phase and we'll have time for our climate justice workers to get out and do strategy sessions. We're also planning on holding our we were going to have a large meeting. We're either going to do north, south, central, or we're going to do one in each council district, depending on how it kind of aligns with time. And so we're going to have kind of big strategy sessions in each area for people to plug into that are going to be larger Zoom meetings. So we'll have some good data from those too. And I will, once those get out, and right now we're working through with council if they want to have any role in that. And then once we get through that, then we'll put out the meeting dates for everybody.
Okay. Great. Anybody else? Super. Laura, thank you very much.
I don't know if it's a good presentation or a bad presentation when you don't have questions. Thanks, guys.
It's good. Thank you.
It's good.
Appreciate it. Okay, so, and we covered greenhouse gas inventory as well. If no reason not to move on, the next topic was the energy code. I think, and I'm not sure who's going to provide an update on that. Laura or Andy, do you have something to say about where City Council has landed on the energy code? And
yeah, that's just, this will be real brief. That, yeah, there's been certainly some conversation about the energy code internally here in Kansas City. Councilman Boo is very much interested in seeing what we can do to start looking at it a little bit more closely. We're still waiting for one particular document from IECC, the kind of the code changes to come forward, and that's what the codes folks are still waiting for to see more about the comparisons. But there's certainly been some internal conversations about it. They are starting a community conversation, I guess, on October 7th, sponsored with Metropolitan Energy Center. I've started seeing some promotion for that. It's basically a forum on energy efficiency, 10:30 to about 12:30. Councilman Boo will be there, and then they've got a few guest speakers, including Ashley Sadowski from the Building Energy Exchange. So kind of look for that if you haven't seen it. We'll try to get some information out about it as well, but just kind of wanted to put it on folks' radar that those conversations have been started internally. We were hoping to really kind of run some of those conversations through the climate planning process. That may still happen, kind of depending on how the work groups form and how that plays out, but may also start with the city planning folks. So we're just still seeing how that goes, but looks like October 7th will be the first kind of kickoff to this process. That's all I have, Tom.
okay. I guess related to that point, Robin, you had drafted a letter urging City Council to adopt the 2021 code. In light of the timing of things, does it make sense to discuss this now, or should we table it to the next meeting and take it up then?
Andy, when you say it's kicking off October 4th or 7th, so it's not, I wasn't sure if this was going to be going to council for a vote before our next meeting or not. So that's why I put that letter out.
Not likely. There's no ordinance drafted approving or adopting it or making a recommendation either way. Councilman Boo is just interested in kind of just moving that conversation forward in some form. So, talking with Greg and city planning, even at this pace, they don't see any particular ordinance going to council until, maybe November or December. It really just depends on how these conversations go. So I would say you do have time to put together a letter. I wouldn't say today is the day you need to worry about that.
Well, maybe in the interest of time then today, since we're already over, we could have those discussions at the next meeting if the council is not going to be voting on it before then. So. Yeah, we should have more information. We can even have Greg come speak as to what the process might be, and we can go from there.
That'd be helpful. Okay. All right, so we'll table the letter till the next meeting, and then if there's nothing more on that, I'm not seeing anything, I don't think. There are a few comments in the chat. Rachel, did the comments in the chat get captured? I think they do, right? Because there's some helpful links that are being provided here by some folks. I don't want to lose those. Rachel?
Yeah, I believe they are going to be captured. This is
Okay.
coming from her link from, she might have had to step aside. She's running short on time, so.
Yeah, and I'm personally running short on time myself. I have a hard stop at 5:30, but I just want to make sure we don't lose this. This looks like valuable information. Thank you, Billy.
Yep.
The last item, I think, is the State Energy Plan Stakeholder meeting on October 5th. That is something also, Robin drafted a letter urging City Council to send a representative or send an actual City Council member to that or participate in that. I think it's by Zoom this year. Is there, maybe Andy, could you provide some background on what the city's usual procedure for participating in this is, and what we can expect, and we can evaluate whether we should put a letter like this together?
Well, I mean, looking at the agenda for this is the first kickoff meeting for this particular stakeholder process.
Mhm.
We've got it on our calendar to participate on this. This meeting is October 5th at 9 a.m. And it is virtual. They're doing everything virtual on this. So I can't speak to the past. Jerry might be able to cover that back in the previous iteration of this, but I know that for our office, we'll be there to kind of represent the climate planning process and the goals that we have in terms of council.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, the agenda has been posted for the meeting, so it's you can go on through the website and kind of look through it there. It's but it is specific. This one is to Kansas City, so there's some opportunity to provide some input at this point.
So we're still at the very
Tom,
front end of the process.
In answer to your question directly, historically, City Council has not gone to these meetings. It's not been by Zoom most of the time. It's been physical attendance, and I know because I've attended most of them.
Okay.
So, pardon me, my computer's about to die, but I just would still like to encourage, city leadership to be more involved in climate issues in general. And, this process kicked off last October with the initial kickoff meeting, I believe. And, there was a City of St. Louis alderman present to weigh in and speak up for their energy hopes. So I think Councilmember Booz expressed interest in attending. So I guess it's not clear to me that there are when the next stakeholder meeting might be in Kansas City, or if there even is another meeting like this in Kansas City. So I guess I still think it's worth bringing it to council's attention and letting them know we want the city to participate fully in this process.
In most recent previous councils, there have been several council people that have stepped up early in the process. There was Cindy Serco, Jan Markison, Catherine Shields, Councilman Fowler. Might have been one or two others. What was the name of the other District 4 person? I can't remember her name all of a sudden. But so there were 5 or maybe even 6 who stepped up early in the process. I think it's appropriate to get as many stepping up early in this process as possible now.
Okay.
Yeah, there are no other meetings scheduled other than the one for the northern region on October 13th.
Does sending some kind of a letter or request from this committee to the city council and the mayor, would that get somebody involved? Get somebody to step up and participate in this?
Well, that's a good question, Tom. I mean, you could send that letter and you see what you get. I'm also happy to send something. We've sent something from our office from time to time to council and mayor recommending, something's going on that they might want to participate in. So either way, whether this committee does it or our office, yeah, I mean, just depends on what resonates with certain council members. I've stopped trying to guess what they're going to do. I'm always off. It's always,
I understand.
Never know.
Yeah. Well, I think, what I like about this letter is that it reminds the council that they did issue a resolution that set forth very strict, and achievable, hopefully, goals, but achievable with a lot of work behind it. And it kind of brings it back to their attention. So I do like the idea of bringing it to their attention, and this is my opinion. Others might have other opinions. I will say there are certain things in the wording of the letter that I would recommend changing or editing, and we can do that offline, I suppose, or we can have a conversation about that before sending something. I guess we have a little bit of time before the meeting, maybe 2 weeks or so. My suggestion would be that we maybe discuss the letter offline, discuss the wording of it, discuss the best way to approach it. But I do think the idea is a valuable one.
Jim Turner has just noted in chat, we need to be concerned about the sunshine issues.
And also, it's just a couple weeks away. So I'm not sure what the idea is, because I appreciate everyone's got to hop off this meeting too.
Yeah.
But
If I could suggest, maybe the two of you edit the letter and send it out to the whole committee for any comments.
That works for me, Robin.
that's fine with me. Maybe we can get together offline and hash that out.
Sure. Yeah, my comments are brief. I just there were a couple of things I had some suggestions on.
Great.
Okay. I think that brings us to the end, unless there's anything else anybody would like to raise.
Tom and Robin, one thing that the Environmental Management Commission has done for letters like this, it's been sent, the process of completing them has been centralized in our office. So we have their letterhead and electronic facsimiles of the co-chairs' signatures. So when the letter is approved by in this case, the steering committee, we can just put it together and have it ready to go.
So you'll do the logistics on it once the wording is agreed on.
And it requires, whoever, Robin in this case, and whoever your vice chair might be, willing to give us a copy of your electronic signature.
Okay.
And when I say us, I mean Rachel.
Okay. Very good. Thanks, Jerry. Anything else before we call it a day? Okay. Very good. And thank you for the comments in the chat. Everybody's participation is valuable and worthwhile, and we look forward to next month's meeting.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.